Hello. There it is.
Hello. There it is.
Hello. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Alright. Besides every other breath I take with this headset, which I need to go get anyway, let's get to you. I have limited time since I work today, but I kind of want to go through the story as fast as possible, and I didn't know it turned night while I was sitting here playing with all the settings. Not Monado. Yeah. Arnold's Adventure. I kind of like Arnold.
Come to see how we're getting on? We've made good progress since we took back Ala Mhigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address. Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here. Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion. For the time being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future. But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches. The Reach is yours, Nago. Don't do anything I wouldn't.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Ah, there you are. I've been searching all over for you. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me? I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure? After all, we were adventurous before we were scions, were we not? After routing the Imperials and liberating Ala Mhigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots? So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphinaud and go adventuring?
That caught me off guard a little bit. Right then, let's go and find Master Olivier. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our little adventure. Wait for us by the Aetheryte, and I'll be along shortly. See you there. Would it be faster to walk or to teleport? Yeah, I'm teleporting. I'm not walking all the way over there. Sounds lazy, but, you know. A little bit of laziness never hurt. Get most of the greatest adventures trying to be lazy, you know. Not lighting the candle, make the light bulb. I might be wrong there, but either or. Mr. Levier. Greetings. 'Twould seem we are to accompany Arnvold on some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation back when Almahigo was still a monarchy, and Thordic sat the throne. An inquisitively brute despite by all accounts. That he was. The king of ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of Fist ended with Ragos Reach being burned to the ground. In the later years of his rule, he was seized by an unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown, and so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the priority of the king, and it said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. I believe I see the direction our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty. You assume correctly. And would I also be correct to assume that this legend is widely known? Others might surely have gone in search for your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course, we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Almahigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn to dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had came. And the legend of the Mad King's Trove remains simply that, a legend. But I see you have no intentions of letting the story end there. What a self-respecting adventurer would. Imagine the three of us delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me, the thought doesn't set your heart racing? I could deal with a little treasure. A little broke. Buy me an apartment. Well, I got an apartment, but buy me a house. Do I have to choose, or do I just get all of them? The news of Doma and Almahigo's liberation was kindled the flame of revolution in every corner of the empire. I hear the imperial province of Damascus has already risen up in rebellion, which means the Garleans must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Arnvel, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judged by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't like to get us anywhere, so we'll probably need to ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied Archivist and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they uncover the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in 30 days. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, we will be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Arnville, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peaks, whilst the adventurer makes the rounds in Almahigan quarters. And there I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about. We can meet afterwards at Garbard's Gate. Butchered that name. Actually, I like the feeling of people running around as you're talking to NPCs. Hopefully it's... Well, no, it's 10 p.m. In the palace? No, not me, lass. Surely you heard the stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions up from the divine audience. Anyone suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say that I stayed as far away from the palace as possible. Good gosh, he just dropped people to their deaths? It's kind of a terrible way of execution. Because it's not only while they're talking about why you're getting executed, but the fall down. You want to hear of an old maid's stories, do you? Aye, well, more of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We only see his royal majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he ordered. And after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered work there as a world servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in cold sweat. No, okay. Some paranoid royalty right there. Killed his entire family just because he thought his throne was threatened. Which it was pretty much could have been threatened because he's killing everyone. I serve at the pleasure of King Thordic. I live to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life, and one I soon forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling scream echoing from the inner chambers, which of course we were under orders to ignore. So we stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you're bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and ask old Arnold. He was the king's head scribe. Oh, there's a scribe? History keepers, were they not? Yes, I'm Arnold. What do you want with me? You would have me dredge up some decidual? Unsavory memories? Yeah, if Almahigo is to move forward, we must needs knowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well, I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Thordic's paranoia and the public execution of his kinsmen. Those were terrible enough, but in his last days the king's fevered mind settled upon an even ghastlier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now, my sleep is trembled by nightmares. If others of Thordic's blood were prone to share his madness, then mayhap it was a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. Ooh, all but one, apparently. Can I mount here? I can. I actually like the design of this place. It's more flat but open than freaking Ul'dah. But I do like the aesthetics of Ul'dah. I guess that's why I like the aesthetics of Almahigo. One and the same they are, but different enough. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we learn? Allow me to begin. Then, as promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mentions of fantastic treasures and found precisely none. It is just possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove discovery, hoping to enrich himself, but I find rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist or that the Imperial somehow overlooked it. But what of you? Were your investigations any more fruitful? Turned into monsters? And what could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I met an old man and an old guy who spoke of the palace subterranean prison, but he said not of cursed abominations. The Imperial's archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spinning a yarn, do you think? Do you believe him? He seemed pretty scared. If he was afraid, that does lend credence to his tale, though I'm not sure how that helped us in our search. Don't be so hasty, Arnold. Unseated may very well have told us where the trove was hidden, but I share my theory. There is a matter of I would clarify. Arnold, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intense on finding this treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear, but you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Garlean blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say that my Almahigan mother did not welcome my arrival. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye, like the kind you would see a pure blood Garlean. My mother did not care for the taunting reminder of my heritage and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. In the end, she turned me out into the street, and I was left to hunt the alleyways of Almahigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. The best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived, but I hated the animal I became. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound to the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and that road led me into the company of the Scions. Tell you this so that you understand. I know all too well that poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew still on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Thordic's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Thank you, Arvel. I apologize that I cannot have been pleasant to recall, but I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, are you content to surrender the treasure to Arvel's noble cause and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? Then I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting palace of the Mad King's throne, if you are minded to hear it. Oh, it is an option. Stick with this for now. I gotta get new armor set when I go to a different class anyway. I gotta level up a different class. Holy crap, I gotta level up a magic class. Yep. What am I doing? Good gosh. I guess either Black Mage or Summoner. I might do Summoner. Anyway. Actually, mayhap it would be better if we first adjourn to a more suitable location. In case a rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean good thinking. That was not exactly the reason, but 'tis certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on a southern edge of Lockdale. Oh, my chest is almost full. I don't need that. Some of these stuff I really don't need. I should not have organized it. There it is. Contains gear unequipped by your current client. What? I'll worry about that when I get there then. Let me out, mate. But it's reasonable enough to say, hey, we don't want another Mad King ruling. Oh, if it wasn't by the outer walls to the ground, that's more dangerous. Oh my gosh, that would be terrible to think about. But I do like the aesthetics of this land. And the area music is really nice. Forgive me, 'twas not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wish to have the law aside while I explain things. Prior to the great flood of the Sixth Umbrella calamity, the Salt Lake you see before you were yet dry ravines, and this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the Fifth Astral Era. Which what we know of the period of the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to arise, having been all but destroyed by war, yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of the Lockdale. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace mentioned by the authorities' former scribe was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Scala. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. They didn't want to keep the ruins secure. Wait, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's trove? Precisely. And since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that an entrance into the old city will have been magically concealed. But it would explain why the legion of Imperial soldiers and the gods know how many Almahegans never found a trace of the trove. We, however, have certain advantages which they did not enjoy. Would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the locks and search for underwater routes into the ruins? While you do that, Arnveld and I will seek out an unscroll portal within the palace. Oh, taking advantage of my blessings. I mean, gotta respect it, but, you know, it doesn't mean I have to like it. Oh. Wrong button. I know there was a hole in the wall that led into the castle itself. Or not into the castle, into the city. How far down is this? Holy crap. I didn't think about diving all the way down during the story mission because it was completely irrelevant, but... Scala... What was the city of Scala? It was the 5th Astral Era, so it was before the 5th Umbral Era. This place looks fully submerged. The 6th Astral and Umbral era was due to black and white magic colliding at an uneven scale, causing water to flood. Why are you calling me underwater? We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a door to sealed by enchantments. Have you to report? I'm sitting at a stone door. And do you believe it leads to the ruins? Exactly. Then I propose we proceed from our prospective entry point and look to meet somewhere in the middle. Oh, come on, you two. We might as well make it a race. Victor goes to the first adventurer to find the treasure. Godspeed. Oh, I like it how it's underwater. Well, dang. Armor just isn't full either. Try it this way. Really? That's all it was? Well, dang. And I need to be 300 for this? Well, double dang. I need to go to Raga's Reach. Oh, that means I chose the wrong chest. Oh my gosh. How much? Let's see. Not enough. Definitely not enough. Not even for the cheapest one. Mistakes were made. Huge mistakes were made. It's ironic because my monk isn't even high enough. I guess it's roulette time. Start with normal raids. While that's going on. No. Huh. To check these things out more often. Maybe not. Probably got lucky here. Yeah, probably got lucky here. Plus, I'm gonna get out most of this. I actually really like this race music. They're not. Where's the samurai? Oh, someone disconnected. Oh, it was one of the scholars. Oh, the scholar disappeared. Thank God the tank took over. No one in the break had 5 hours of break. If I don't die. Holy crap, why did the Dark Knight not take me? Oh, thank God Dragoon did it. Holy crap, Dragoon saved this by a lot. I'm gonna pass all this. Or not, you know, I get to keep all of it. People. Anyway, where was I? Not you. Being marveled at the fact that I actually saved enough stuff to actually get this. Except for some boots, which hopefully I don't need. Dang it. Should have went with these. They cost more though, so. So in the end, I still need to buy jewelry. How many tombstones did I get from that? Enough to buy one jewelry. Is it 2 rings? .302. Let's go. Barely enough. Alright, that was an easy fix. Are these things you could take on by yourself? That's the strangest. I wonder. Because I've never hunted one intently. Well, intentionally. Bonnie. I guess eventually I'll do something about this. Not now, though. I need to sell stuff. Independent merchant. I had to start using stuff. Just sell these because they're really not hard to come by. Don't question the wild banana shoots. Sell those because I didn't end up using them. These are meant to be sold. I need to put those in the house. Miscellaneous stuff. Actually, keep those. I think that's it. Well, I think these next two DLC, well, this DLC and the next one would be the longest queue times. Well, besides AR, it would be the longest queue times I had in a while, considering I'm not tank or healer. Oh. Okay, well, key items, see the compass. West. North to west. Oh, they shouldn't attack me. I'm like 10 levels higher than them. South? Oh, I was about to say I should see it by now. I guess this will help anyone that watches it too, finding the wind currents. Be helpful. I'm sitting on my phone. items. Southwest? I gotta say, the music for these areas are generally... I didn't like the battle music for this DLC, but I do like the music in general. I'm pretty sure this is not the one I just scanned for. I think I changed between 3 different ones. So. Northeast? Head north and it tells me to go east. Oh, southeast. There it is. Don't test fate. Just go around. How many of them do I have left? Travel. Three more in the fringes, and then 4 quests. North? It's leading me all the way up again. Wait, isn't that just here? The weird assurances that I go through. Waiting on a healer in the DPS. And we got both a healer and a DPS. Or not healer and DPS, healer and tank. It's a good thing I'm not seeing till 370, because I barely made 300. Oh, my fluorescent shower's, off. I was wondering what happened to it. Kelpies are sea creatures that threaten people to ride on them and drag them off the seas for a water death. I don't know why that random piece of information just came out of my mouth, but okay. Okay, I kind of know what to prepare for. I was not prepared for that. Actually gonna start reading stuff. I know head graze cancels moves. I wonder if it would work on some monsters. Probably should put him damage buff. Is there a third one? No. Okay. Should be a boss fight after this. Just wait for the ninja to accidentally start it at was one time. You get one nose doll. Ah, that was a waste of a move then. This would be under the palace at this point. So that was some monkey from the dancing school. Okay. Poor God. I know they're just waiting for death. I think these kind of creatures actually look really cool, actually. Oh, it's sad for what they be saying. Sure. Should have got closer so that damage would take. Yep, read the text. Oh, why are you doing that? Go for all that. Trying to get out the way of that. Let's go for that. I did not try to end that. That was a smooth fight, relatively. Good thing they got suit release. I like how they just changed the ending instead of always a happy ending. It's sometimes somber. Yeah, I passed that up. I know why people will want that would be from the Reaper's set's supposed to have the same armor as Dragoon now. So it'd be Monk and Samurai and then Dragoon and Reaper. And then all the ranged DPS.
Oh, bugger it.
Are you all right?
Aye. Everything's still attached.
Ah, it seems both our paths led here. Very good. We spent altogether too much time fleeing fiends horrid and numerous. How fared you? Much the same, then. 'Twould appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
Arnveld and I forged ahead at the fastest pace we could manage, but I was not surprised to find you waiting for us. I suppose it serves us right for challenging the Warrior of Light. Next time we should agree on some manner of handicap. We may have lost Alphino, but I think of what we found. Quite. I am still reeling at the sight of the Mountain of Riches. Well, like how you reeled at the sight of the floating specter, you mean? You should have heard him scream. Must we dwell on such momentary lapse? We found the Mad King's trove. That is all that matters. It's weird that he got the Echo, but is half Guardian. All just aside, we must tell people of the good news, and I think Lee should be for the first. Second, there is to be a meeting of representatives from all across Almehigo, so she is sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? Fighting on the streets. Oh, they should have made this in an actual town. I don't know how they expect me to get up these places. Sightseeing is not what it's supposed to. Unless I don't know. I see a lot of the sightseeing words, but never know where to go to get them. Oh, you three look pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to? Got you, actually, and I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer. You're joking. The Mad King's trove? I thought that was a myth. Though it is. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have these two in their party. The credit of finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote that it go toward alleviating the suffering of Almehigo's poor. Guys, if there as much as you say. Arnvald did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I was taking the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you will assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Understood. I'll make sure that every coin is accounted for, and that goes for the spending of it as well. Thank you. Oh, there is one other thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask you that you consult Alphinaud. I don't have a head for detail. I am not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. I know the feeling. I welcome any advice you could give us, Alphinaud. Of course, I should be at your disposal. Commander, we got a problem. Deep breaths. Tell me what happened. A mob gathered outside the headquarters. They started making demands. We better come and see for yourself. A mob?
Step back, all of you!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Bring her out! Bring her out!
What's going on?
Someone let slip about Fedora.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it! I bloody knew it! We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Come on, you don't mean that! We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down!
Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Aye! And my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
So that's what all the fuss is about. Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Ala Mhigo.
Hey, who's this?
That's the Bull of Ala Mhigo.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance, but we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Ala Mhigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves, and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried? I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Ala Mhigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
I know you're right. I do. But I can't.
No thanks, Ravon. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away. This is a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas that same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. But now the war is over and all the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. Aye, and it's not just here. We hear reports of mobs swarming all over. They've been targeting folks known to have cooperated with the Guardians. It starts with insults most often. Then someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I am going to give up before I even begin. Who are these representatives exactly? Our village elders, refugee leaders, and the like. It would be right for us to just dedicate a nation's future on our own. So we plan to a summit of sorts. We even invited the Anada and the Kaikaran to participate. I'll make you go stand at the crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. A matter of Fordola sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt proceedings. Then let's execute her and be done with it. She herself asked to be put to death. Nago. I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sitting here to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated and everyone who didn't resist? There should be no one left. There would be no one left, and we'd be no better than Thorderic or Xenos. Begging your pardon, but am I allowed to speak with Fordola? I caught a glimpse of her past, a moment of it anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible. She's a victim of the circumstance in which she was born, and that's something I can understand. Alright, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her too. I return to my other duties. Then we've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fordola her power. Be fairly warned, friend, she will test you. Don't let her emotions color your judgment when she does. With the commander's permission to enter them. I don't know why I read that one. It's just asking if I was going to go in.
Well, well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you? Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men! And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it! You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fedora. I see you for what you are.
Fedora, we mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right! Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Ala Mhigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
What did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who'd gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Fedora!
Traitors!
Please! You have to do something! My husband and daughter are in danger!
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of army.
We're citizens! We have rights!
I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive. Traitors! Traitors!
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Vidola, please! You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier? Oh, gods! What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honouring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past? And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they? Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay! You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone. The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why? Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
So, the power is the exact equal to the Echo. I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Fordola something to think about at least. And I found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, but the visions only came to me every now and then. From the way Fordola kept watching though, I get that the feeling she's having them almost all the time. That's a lot of bad memories to deal with. I wonder, could there be a fundamental difference between one who was born with the Echo and one who has been artificially imbued with it? Well, the Immortal Flames have been scouring the research facility ever since the liberation. There is a chance they might have some answers for us. General Aludine, there's overseeing the investigation. Let's go and pay him a visit, shall we? Oh, did they put it in the Almahigan quarters? Oh, that's so messed up. That's really messed up to put a research facility in the quarters. What news? You spoke with Fordola, I take it? Yes, as expected, she didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Arnveld noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you found anything here which might explain why it's so different for her? We've been hard pressed just to organize the research materials, less alone study though. To be frank, I would welcome the science expertise assistance if you have the time to lend hand. So many bodies, every one of them victims of these experiments. Few show any signs of external injury from what we've been able to determine. They are perished from forcible ether extraction, such a miserable way to die. Is that the table they sent on? This is the one that Krell was in. The device in which Krell was held seems even more ominous now you know its purpose. The surrounding pods are marked supply subject, while this one bear a label master subject. The Arms received a request from the Alliance to analyze this device. It's been recorded everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? Other pods are designed to drain ether of the occupant, save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior has been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations which would be much appreciated. Shall we start with you? Taking into combination the testimonies of Krell and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedures entail infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Krell, the pattern of her etheric activity would provide a model upon which they would be artificially engineered to the candidate's order. In other words, they were trying to recreate Krell's echo. I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Krell is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engineered the same acute sensitivity in Fadola. The soldiers who guarded Fadola, many of them lost friends and families to the skulls. And there's a sentry at her door night and day, and if she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past. But you don't just see their past, you live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed, as you may recall, Yzael was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Hraeskar's past. Fadola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. If the results of the experiments have been relayed back to Gollum Mold, they will be non-stop, not to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these godforsaken procedures, and Fadola remains our best source of information. She not be getting her wish, not yet. Right. Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, and not if it's framed. I understand. Thank you, General. You should leave the flames to it. Then let's go. I go looking for answers about the Echo and end up getting scolded by Raybon. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him, not me. General Aladin is a veteran of countless campaigns. Least, you cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. It makes me realize how much we really rely on his authority and how much I still have to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? 'Twas a quandary which countless refugees now face, to continue the life they built in Udall or stay again in the land of their birth. Pippin? I am newly returned from Udall with a message from the Sultana. Her Grace desires to audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks you to visit the palace at your earnest convenience. Well, I must away. I attend other business. Until next time, my friends. Now, audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of her constellation, this might be a perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd like to know about those, often now, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him. Question royalty. Parmesan pudding sounds weird. Well, the questions of how to put the Mad King's treasure to good use, you shows no sign of answering itself. Shall we be about how... I am at your beck and call. And I should be getting back to my own task. I'll organize a squad to head down into the ruins and then start preparing for the big meeting. Oh, and send Nomino my regards. And ours too. If you please, we shall see you on your return. I wonder if they're going to change the map UI. Google.
I thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy. The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel. I speak of Rauban and his future. All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Ul'dah home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo. And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss. Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo and retaking his place at my side. I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt. Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Uldar or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a Sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears. Might I have your company for a brief adventure? Wonderful. Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
This helmet does not do it for me. I was sitting in that cutscene just watching, and it's like, yeah, that helmet was not giving me justice on that one. And after I went through all the trouble of changing to air style, I like also. Well, I did like the previous one, but this one I do like too. Oh, nope. I was way off on that. I'm interested. Your usual look. Friends, you remember Lelira, the merchant's daughter? This is the persona I assume when I venture beyond the palace walls to observe my subjects unnoticed. Ordinarily, Papashan would accompany me, but for this particular outing, I need an advisor, not a minder. And that is why I requested your company. Over the course of your many adventures, you have met people from all walks of life in every corner of Eorzea. I will make use of your worldly experience. Now let us be on your way. Our first destination is Stone Throw, just beyond Gate of Nald. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I can teleport to Gate of Nald. As seemingly she can, she could warp through matter and automatically be there. Look upon these precious precursions of tattered tents. These refugee camps are in squalor, at the mercy of the elements and Thanalan's predators both. The city mighty walls offer safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is, and unless blessed by the hands of Nald himself, no refugees could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Uldar. 20 years have passed since the fall of Alamigo, and 5 since the calamity, yet the plight of the poor has grown. Despite not less as Sultana, the blame falls upon me. Yes, my authority is limited, and that is an obstacle I must work to overcome. Shall we press on? I would follow the road to the unholy air. Finding a place I can fly, though. Is she going to all the poor areas? That in like such the poor regards. Oh no, okay. She didn't go to the cavern over there. To these swamplands. It was here in these holy, remarkable place that my mother and father met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in eastern Thanalan when an untimely rockslide crushed their carriage. It is to this day, it is not certain if it was an accident or simply misfortune or accident was simply misfortune or a explicitly planned assassination. Rabban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth. He assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even if my parents' deaths were orchestrated by the monitors, we could only have brought their heraldings suggesting. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne as a biteable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of the citizens. Quite unaware of the conspiracies my actions would have for you and yours, I shudder to think how many goodly souls paid the price of my naivety. But I am no longer a child reciting words with witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn for the monstrous games. Forgive me for my outbursts. You are one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind. Come, let us return to Udal and visit the Colosseum. You are making me spend a good penny. The Colosseum, the gladiators field. Oh, literally the Gladiators Guild. Okay. I've been in those rings before. For the moment I became Satana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. For years I simply signed where I was told to sign and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from the examination chapter of my life, for it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Rabban. The match I had been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. They had pitted the Bull of All Mexico against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Lingered though I was, I would not stand for so obvious of injustice and demand to see a fair fight, one man against another, and my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned of the gambling ring which had arranged for Rabban to die on the sands of that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Rabban had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did, and when he knelt before me to receive the winning purse, I swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theater. But as you know, Rabban is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting on the blood sands, he assumed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat at the Syndicate. And then I had my blade.
Grace! You mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace! Come back! I beg of you!
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Shum. Raban!
Your Grace. I have kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine. With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Ul'dah. And so, as tradition dictates, Rauben Aldin, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last. Long live the Sultana, and long live Ul'dah!
I'm just gonna, express what that man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being. Of course, Papa Sean's love for me is as that of a grandsire for his grandchild. But upon matters of conference, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Raban, with his authority of his syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. His was the only edge which could cut the strings that bound me. You must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan Swarm for long, and there are other places I would visit. To Arzeneth Ozuri. Good gosh. I know what the words are, I just can't say them. Thaumaturge Guild. Since they handle the deceased bodies. When the calamity threatened, Raban led the Alliance force into battle on the plains of Cartanel, and I remained here. I prayed with all my heart that the Archon Louisoix would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I have made a custom of visiting this shrine during each of my little excursions. Here I seek the blessing of Thal, reflect upon my choices, and ask myself if I am fulfilling my duties as Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as a champion because you have led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea. In much the same way, I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. I don't know, this is why I said adversary. If I am to be a Sultana worth of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the trouble facing Ul'dah. I have chosen my path. With Al Mahigel now freed from imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Already many disciplined Al Mahigans seek to begin a long trek home. And as you well know, our artisan school shall be waiting to accept any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. Oh, she's actually pulling from the story of the goldsmith I did. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive. And this time, the Ul'dah treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is, of course, another question. Those are two of the same answers. Oh, I suggested mayhap a visit to the Gold Saucer is in order. The Inspirator is a member of the Syndicate, and he is one of the few who pay refugees a fair wage. Oh, I wasn't even thinking about him. The Mandeville. I wonder, are you acquainted with Gilbert Mandeville? Yes, I am, sadly. I need not explain his eccentric nature. Let us make our way to the landing, and I will see that word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Godbert should be only too glad to receive us. Though he is dressed, hopefully. What's a weirdly dressed thaumaturge? I've ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess, it's some excitement. I heard descriptions of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. No, I couldn't possibly. We did not come here to fret away the royal coin. Gilbert will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. Oh, I could have just teleported there. Oh, I should have just teleported there. Let's bring this over. I believe this is where we are to meet Lord Mandeville. Shall we sit while we await his coming? My apologies, Your Grace. I have kept you waiting. No apologies are necessary. My request was certain, and you were kind to make yourself available in short notice. When my son's good friend and the Sultana herself come calling, there is no more important engagement. As to propose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the crown might be best aid the refugees residing in Thanalan. You are aware, I am sure, that many Alming's displaced sons and daughters long to return to their newly liberated home, and you are also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them that suffering. What advice have you for me on the matter of how it may best be distributed? The unusual circumstance of our meeting and your grace's choice of companion would suggest to me a desire of an honest and unvarnished opinion. I shall give you one. My advice to you is stop. Taxing Udal's wealth to save all Mohican refugees is a terrible, terrible idea. You oppose my proposition? Most empathetically, I agree with your grace that the refugees must have housing and employment, but what profit is there for Udal in this arrangement? Profit? After all you have done for Gaiabanya displaced, I thought you the last person to see benefit from their misfortune. Forgive me, your grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It is a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent is to save the refugees, is it not? For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. For unconditional charity is all we know, then we begin to rely upon it to expect it. And then we must consider Udal's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of you spending nation's coin, not to improve their lot, but to nurture distant citizens of Almega, it is unlikely they will applaud your generosity. Surely it is not your great intentions to foster new resentment, but to spread goodwill. Indeed, then my support I pledge to the refugees must prompt self-sufficiency, whilst also serving the interests of the people of Udal. Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create a far more equitable relationship with the returning Almahegans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects. You have given me much to ponder, Lord Mandeville. I thank you for your candor. I actually like that outfit. I like the outfit, don't like the hat. Prophet, the thought never ever crossed my mind, but standing about laminating my naivety will not do anyone any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Are you perhaps acquainted with any successful merchants? If my attempt to philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with an knack for business. Ordinary, I would not trust any agent of the East Audernal Trading Company, but if you hold this Hancock fellow to the highest esteem, I am content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Kagane and speaking with him on my behalf. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the leisure of a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers are wont to do, I shall await your report at the Ithray Udal. A fair journey to you, and a swift one, if you please. Oh, so much money. Oh, dang it, Air Force One, really? I'm not gonna lie, I forget which one it is. Ruby Bazaar. Okay, where's... So what? do I owe the pleasure? And are you here on business? I beg your pardon, Her Grace, the Sultana would have my opinion on how best to invest the wealth of Udal. My dear, I have you to thank for this recognition, I am sure, and I am flattered that you came to me, truly flattered. But why settle for a lowly apprentice when you could have the master upon matters of profit? There is no living soul better qualified to advise Her Grace than Chairman Lolorito, a man whose morning excursions are said to fill his garden robe with gold. I should be happy to arrange a meeting for you. Say the Scion's former headquarters in Thanalan. The Awakened Sands would seem a suitable neutral venue for negotiation, don't you think? Fare you well, and may your dealings prove fruitful. I really don't want to speak with Lolorito. Oh, the money. My pockets. Yeah, I really don't want to. I'm pretty sure she doesn't want to either. Welcome back. Do your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? With Lolorito, and you agreed to this? I am well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I had hoped to keep the monitors at arm's length, and him in particular. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I am to rule Udal effectively. Very well. I will meet with Lolorito. Let us go on ahead into the Awakened Sands and prepare for his coming. So this is where the Scions first cognated. I have heard many tales, but never had occasion to visit. To work then, the hour of the meeting draws near, and I would gather my thoughts. Pray see to it that we have the opponent room to ourselves. I wonder if Orangier is spirit.
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help. You have made your point. 'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask. There, would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira?
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I'm glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
By all means. I must say I'm most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor. together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate. But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Uldar and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Ah, 'twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more. To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Uldar. Ha! I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
Ah, yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the Saltry and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient, and in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gill.
The local citizens will need to be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenard Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well-versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ounce of profit from its production. The Loch's bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders, just as Your Grace desired.
A deal is struck then.
Gotta say, that's one of the most beneficial talks with Lolorito. And I was thinking the Saltry because it seemed like a place of production already. Might as well restart production. I feel it will be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations, but I shall not complain. We have piqued Lolorito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you. I could not have done it without you. Need some money. Of course, it's decided. I shall return to the palace and have my monasteries begin work implementing the particular of the plans. If I could prevail upon you one more time, I would ask you that you convey the details of our negotiation to Commander Hex on your return to Alamigo. Thanks again. My thanks again. Together, we have laid the groundwork for the endeavor which promises to benefit the peoples of Alamigo and Uldar both. I'm not Lisa's last name. It is Lisa's last name. You're back. What did Namino? Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Satana? So Rama says he's going to return to Udal, but she isn't sure he wants to. Telling us something we don't know. But I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. This plan to revitalize the Saltery does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convince her to seek Lolita's help is another question. After all that has happened, he is the very last person I would expect her to return to for advice. But on a more practical note, please assume the interim government elects to accept Udal's proposal. Have one caveat I should like you to include in the bargain. Almeida must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal after all, and allowing Udal to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Lowry too much control. Honestly, Alphino, it is like Kagane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, though, we need to discuss the proposal of the Saltery's residents. Whisker, how do you fancy explain the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Watt thinks of the idea before agreeing to anything. By the way, Commander, would you mind coming along? I might need you to fill in the details. Then I shall come as well. Should Watt wish to discuss figures, my knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful. Is it still night over here? I thought it was turning day recently. Shoot, it's 9:40 p.m.? The day went by fast going through all these cutscenes. Jump up. Darn you. Is his grandfather the only resident? No, he's no matter if mischief brings you youngins to Old Watt this time, eh? They want to rebuild the Saltery, Granddad. Tell him about the deal. Well, bugger me. We've never had the coin or the hands to put this place back to how it was. But it sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. It doesn't count for all the necessities queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the shore. The king used to send soldiers to cull the buggers, but the Imperials weren't about to help the likes of us. Don't worry, Granddad. We'll take care of all that. The Commander Hex has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked. I appreciate that, Whisker, my lad. Truly, I would. So does this mean we've gotten better with that blade of yours? I've been training but mostly to kill Imperials. You've some experience hunting monsters, don't you? Think you could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them? Not to waste any time, then. I see you by the lock. While I see you busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me exactly what is required to restore the Saltery to its former glory. Good hunting. Right then, I got a spyglass here for you. Here you can use. Take a closer look at those pests. Once you've gotten their measures, you can tell me what to do, and we'll see how well I get on. Extends as well as. I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, okay. The Abbey's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. Looks like you found a Abbey. They say hitting the shells like smacking a rock. Any suggestions? Vulnerable under the head. Are they right then? Where should we look? Thanks. I did just as you told me, and then Wavekin went down like a sack of potatoes. Let's find something else. Okay, now I know what to do. Why'd you go so far? I think I can handle the Abbeys now, so we should try something different. What else is out here? Bad to say, the eyes. Hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate. You sense powerful pulsating from behind his brow. Feel bad. How do I defeat one of those? As hard as you can. Inside his head, is it? I'll try to stab right between the eyes then. It's not easy fighting with the liberator of All Mexico, watching your every move, but I got the job done. Thanks for the advice. I feel a lot better prepared for my patrols now. Anyway, you should head back to the Saltery before Granddad starts to worry. I've been snipped into pieces and fed to a Yabby's hatchling. Would have been bad if I was just stuck watching a Yabby for like an hour. So you returned in one piece, dealt with the beasties then, did you? I fought them myself, after a bit of instructions from the adventurer here. Like, once I share what I've learned with the others, we have no trouble keeping the shoreline clear. Good lad. A fine young man you've become, Misker. A fine young man indeed. Too often of late I hear tales of folk over in the city, drunk on victory and hungry for revenge, their heads stuck firmly in the past. But we need to set our sights on the future, on things which will improve our lot. Things like getting the Saltery ready to welcome our long lost countrymen. Seems Whisker and his Saltery's security well is in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Y and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here could be made into very presentable dwellings. Message from General Alderney. Apologies for the interruption, miss, but the General will speak with you at your earnest convenience. Do not feel obliged to wait around on my account. I will remain here to hammer out the finer details with Y and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Udall. You should go. General asks for you that you wait for him by the main gate in All Mexican Quarter. I apologize again, miss. Fare you well. Post game is a lot of just talking to people. Don't mind it though. So tired time has been night.
Apologies for the wait. People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far. But it is no concern of yours. We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light. I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal. Aye, well, it would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the Resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men? You would spare these animals? Yours is a more merciful brand of justice than mine. In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard. Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me. I bear a share of the blame for Ilberd's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Ala Mhigan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did. Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't. But even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Ala Mhigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness. Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Ul'dah and take my place at the Sultana's side.
Father...
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword. But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain. Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
Got two people clamoring to learn how to rule, and then you got one person that's content with serving. Yeah, they don't deserve death. That took longer than I intended, but at least you do know where I stand. Now, that's settled. Arenvald, what news? We may have a problem, sir. A group of Atana has arrived at the main gates, and I don't mean the Vera. These are Qualignon, the ones that summoned the Primal. They're insisting they be allowed to attend the council. Lisa's trying to reason with them, but she may not need help. An invitation was extended to all the native beast tribes, but we assumed the Qualignon would refuse it out of hand. We had best go and see for ourselves. Pippin, take command of our forces and be ready for battle. You have dealt with the Qualion before. I'd have you at my side. I don't think they would like me killing their god. Good gosh, why so far? The actually fight was pretty good because it consisted of actually using the Echo in the fight to shield, actually be a shield rather than it's just a metaphorical shield of ether protections. But wanting more of the Echo each time we go by, like the molding they use for the Echo in which they force other people are more pertain to the mold. Yeah, it's good to see you. Ah, the Slayer has come. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss, but we did not come here to shed blood. You claim to seek harmony with all who call Gaia Banyahal. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us as envoys of the Anata. It is our wish and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask you to first surrender any crystals jewelry you have. My word that it will be returned to you when the meeting is over. We will do as you ask, but we will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our terminators. Reckon that the closest we going to get to a compromise, and we will have people standing guard. Aye, let's let them keep their swords. Then we have an agreement. Lead the way to your meeting chambers. At least they're the most reasonable ones of summoning primals. Why do I have the feeling we welcomed a viper into our midst? That's the reason they gave me a weapon. Let me actually put that on before I, end up. Oh, do I not need to use it? Oh. Okay. Oh, it's a minion. The Qualian elders' intentions seemed at odds. with all we know of her tribe, what think you? You believe in understanding can be reached? This is not entirely unheard of, I suppose. Those who follow Saint Shiva eventually sought reconciliation with Ishgard. Whatever the truth, I would take no choice. Ishgard must be strengthened. Ideally, the people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on the Scions? I'll round up our comrades and send them to All Mohican Quarter. You can go ahead if you like. My thanks. I will see you in the palace. I wonder if Arnvald has killed a primal. He does retain the necessary feats to actually defend himself against it. Why didn't this take place at All Mohican living quarter or the All Mohican quarters? About the reinforcements, Arnvald told me the arrival of an unexpected guest, and I agreed that it would be prudent to call upon Y'shtola and Thancred as well. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. I'm not familiar with the Qualian tribe myself, but LSA's report suggested that they shunned contact with other races, despise it, in fact, even compared to other Anata. Indeed, the apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected to respond to our invitation, much less an envoy. I imagine Lise was forced to make some rather hasty agreements in order to accommodate them. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? If the meeting is to be held in the throne room, it would seem wise to have eyes both inside and outside the palace. Y'shtola and I can stand guard without the leaves. That leaves the three of you to keep watch over proceedings in the throne room itself. I understand. We should join General Aldine inside then. Do you know of the rear entrance of the palace? It's on the eastern edge of the city. At the top of the stairs, the guard there should have been instructed to let us pass. When was he instructed? Some sunlight. Even though it's like misty. It's like actually like real mornings. I need to find a way upstairs first. Oh, dead end. Some back alley someone's gonna get ambushed on. Hopefully this is a speaking event.
Thank you all for coming. I am Lise Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern. You've come from every corner of Girabania to help decide the future of Ala Mhigo. But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in? For me, it was that empty throne. It has no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king. Would any of you like to take their place? Or should someone else sit there? Then let's sit here in a circle, as equals, and I hope, as friends.
Expertly done. Lys has removed monarchy as a choice early in the game, and positioned them to consider a joint government. All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Thank you, Ragenford. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kaliana. Tell us, how do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
The Ananta wish only that those who dwell within Gir Abania devote themselves to our faith. You shall all worship Sri Lakshmi! Lady of Bliss, grace us once more with your beauteous visage!
No crystals were allowed through the door!
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all!
It's up to us.
Damn it! The guards were already turned! Fools!
No, you don't!
The Kaliana would see us all enthralled.
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvold to shield us.
Aye. But they can't well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
All right, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Whatever she's about, she'd best make it quick. Come there. Who will be next to die on my steel?
I think I know where she's going, who she's going to get, and we're summoning a primal. And this is also an answer to my own Vol's question about fighting a primal. Well, if I think it like that, we've already lost. I have the Word of Light on my side. We can do this. Isn't that right? Oh, that's gonna be difficult. Oh. Oh, I see.
Wow, I offer you peace and serenity.
Ah, flipping. Still not putting the echo at work.
I shall free you from your hate.
Damn it all! It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
What of it? Do you want to kill this thing or not?
I knew that she was gonna come to hell. Oh, well, they can now become summoners, technically. Oh, thank God he broke free. About time.
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
Oh, why'd you come over here? Freaking Rabon.
Here it comes!
Rabon, you have infinite power. Use something. Now everyone here can become a summoner for her.
We did it!
What is this?
I'm only gonna say this once. The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the Echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't. I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Ala Mhigo. Your choice.
Seven hells. It's her, the Butcher.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
You are not forgiven. Not you. You I will never forgive. But I will thank you. For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
Well fought, Arnvel. That was a near thing. Aye, our stand against the Qualian would have been brief indeed had you not volunteered for guard duty. We'd be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned this far in advance. Security was my responsibility. I know how dangerous primals could be, and I should have... It's my fault, my stupid mistake. Now, last, we were all caught unawares. We will take this as a lesson and watch our own more carefully in the future. You can be sure that the lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the ones only thralls in our ranks. The soldiers who spoke up in favor of equality and keeping their weapons springs to mind. Primal Servants is betrayed by his aura. If you mean to conduct an investigation, I can find any others acting under Sir Lakshmi's influence. Thanks, Cristola. We appreciate the help. Speaking of hell, I almost fell over when Fladola turned up. What was she even doing here? I asked her to come. Well, that explains it then. It said, but Ringfrid was right. Her victims will never forgive her for what she's done. But I don't think Fladola picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She just wanted to fight for her country. If you say the world in which Fladola grew up is partly to blame for what she became, then as an All-Mohican, I feel responsible for improving the world. We can't ignore what's happening right now. We have to show people a better way to vengeance. We risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I want to help people to let go of their old grievance and make a peace with each other. I hold 1,000 meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face, if that's what it takes. 'Tis a long, arduous path you have chosen, but one well worth walking. Rest assured that I will do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Alphonel. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but not one of them seem ready to run. We are all determined to finish what we are starting. I will see that you are not interrupted. You and the Scions are to stand down so get some rest. You've earned it.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens. The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government modelled on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people. It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave. Forget something? Your Grace, there was no word.
Raubon Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
But, Your Grace...
Raubon, I am no longer a child. Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Ala Mhigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Ul'dah? For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies. So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo. I...
Smile for me, Raubon. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Ul'dah.
Tomorrow you will serve Ala Mhigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project. She was in search of General Aldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope he was still there.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest. But I must yield the floor to Raubahn. He has an important announcement to make.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
You may be getting on in years, Father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Yes, the bull of Ala Mhigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor. And you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
So, does this mean you're staying?
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
If, he says. Welcome home, Raubahn.
Well, that was unexpected. Though you seem distinctly unsurprised. Either you're more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch. In any event, one thing is certain. Ala Mhigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
Well, here we are again. Afinoa has regaled me of the thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlike alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed everything. I was patrolling the grounds with Thancred and Yashilla when we heard the report of Vimo in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others have said, we were lucky to have our Echo-blessed champions nearby at this time, but we'll need to keep a closer eye on the Hylian. You can say that again. This whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kinds still are. It looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day, but someone has to make an effort at reconciliation if there's conflict are ever to go into end. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisal will only lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the brood mother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which isn't to say we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Vera and M tribes first. I plan to have Resistance Scout keep track of the Qualian's movement at all times. The parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the Resistance Army out of interest? Are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? That would be a question for the Resistance newest recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. What, the Bull of Almahigo? We call it an army, but the Resistance is really a collection of smaller independent groups, and when Conrad passed his command on to me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Ragos Reach. He just happened to be serving as the Resistance spokesman at the time, and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray. But that time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under the new government, I'll be nominating Raban as the overall commander of our forces. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed, he is, in all respects, the ideal choice. Assuming he accepts the post, Almahigo will have added a formidable weapon to his arsenal. And given the progress of Nomino's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. The seed which we so carefully sowed have begun to quicken, my friends. I like that. Return to our promises and watch Almahigo blooms. Back to Doma, I guess. I do give thanks to the kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas. But their generosity ends. Without coin in our pockets, for new attire, we are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Oh, woe betide the poor man in a city of rich merchants. She has amnesia. These things are delicious. Will you have one? More sweetbreads. I surrendered my blade to secure what few coins we have. She has amnesia, definitely. It's just like talking to a child. My fate saddled me with this burden. I shall never know, but I am alive and I must return to my master's side. Come, Suya. We shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea. Yep, definitely amnesia. Wait, if it's every aspect of the Echo, wouldn't he be reborn due to his ether not being extinguished? Have you read the reports? First Doma, then Almahiga, and Lord Xenos put to the sword. Do not believe everything you read. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded, that he has already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chest and boast loudly and taking his head regardless. Nay, Lord Xenos lives? Deplorably, that our own officers should be fooled by Eorzean's misinformation. Small wonder that the provinces shall begin rising up in a rebellion. We must prepare an official and above all accurate announcement to quell these precursor rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains then. We shall soon put the lie to their claims. To Tataru, though. Great timings. I was just about to send word to the Scions that I've got a lot to tell you. The Council will officially recognize the Resistance as our standing army, and I expect you can guess who's been appointed to command it. Suffice it to say, we are in good hands. Having the Bull of Almahiga at the helm done wonders for morale. People were dancing in the streets when the announcement was made, and we have you and the Sultana to thank for it. If you two hadn't worked your magic, he never had contemplated following his heart. The Council has also decreed that we are to maintain a presence at Ragala's Reach. Lise will continue to lead our forces in the fringes, a job she's been doing tirelessly. A bit too tirelessly, some might say. We constantly having to remind her to rest before she falls over. That's an exaggeration, and I always get up again. Anyway, we can hardly afford to lower our guard now, not after our last brush with Lakshmi. Speaking of which, we've been keeping a closer eye on the Qualian, and it looks like they've chosen a new leader. It's, Shanati's daughter. You know, the half-dead one? For whatever reason, the Qualian thought she was the best candidate, which makes them leaderless, basically. As things stand, there's no prospect of engaging in talks, let alone coming to an understanding. But I won't let that stop me. I'll keep on reaching out to them until they finally see sense. Just like I've been reaching out for Fodola. She still won't meet my gaze, but she's given up trying to ignore me. It may only be the odd grunt, but at least she's responding. I'll get through to her yet. There you are. Alpha, I would say, is everything alright? We received word from Tataru Hancock has apparently occupied information in great interest and urgency. More than that, she didn't say, only that we should come to Kokani right away. I had a mind for the two of us to set forth together, but Alizé is determined to make it a party of 3. As I told you more than a dozen times, brother, my wounds are quite healed and I would benefit from some fresh air. Besides, you may well need the extra pair of hands. We're not, sister. I have quite given up trying to convince you. Whether we be 2 or 3, we should depart as soon as that's possible. We will be joining us, I trust. I was about to say I'll come too, but I'll just have to settle for cheering you on from afar. Good luck with whatever it turns out to be. Thank you. Please, rest assured, should the business prove to be of even tentailed concern of Alma Ego, we shall inform you without delay. Let us be off, then Hancock and Tataru await us at the Ruby Bazaar office. I don't know why I'm reading you go inside.
My friends, thank you for coming at such short notice.
We were told the matter was urgent. I take it Yugiri and Soroban are also involved?
My presence here is but a happy coincidence. I am come on separate business, which can wait.
My apologies. Master Hancock, pray, tell our friends exactly what you told me.
Of course. Some few days ago, a large detachment of soldiers was seen arriving at the Garlean embassy. This seemed to me most unusual, as no personages of note are due to visit for a matter of months. So, I made a few inquiries, whereupon I learned of a most curious rumor. Apparently, the soldiers were dispatched to Kugane to investigate recent sightings of a certain individual. The late acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma, Yotsuyu. I beg your pardon?
I too am loath to believe it. I saw the keep come down on top of her. We all did.
I would not presume to question your eyewitness accounts. Nor am I one to take rumors at face value. The fact is, the Garleans have no knowledge of what took place at Doma Castle. They may well be chasing after a woman who merely resembles Yotsuyu. But a woman who resembles Yotsuyu in the company of a grizzled Rogadan samurai? I dare say that thickens the plot.
Gosetsu! He's alive!
While I've no conclusive proof, I thought that such a possibility warranted your attention.
Have you informed Lord Hien? Well, I think we'd all like to believe the old bear survived.
Indeed. While I dare not give myself wholly to hope, I will not deny that I have prayed for such a miracle ever since that fateful day. But regardless of my personal feelings, if the Empire has seen fit to pursue these rumors so vigorously, we can scarce afford to ignore them. I am bound by duty to ascertain the truth of the matter. Will you join me in this quest? Thank you. If Gorsetsu yet lives, he will need our help if he is to avoid capture.
Gorsetsu is a dear friend, and we cannot abandon him to the mercy of the Empire. Our course is clear. Hancock, is there aught else you can tell us?
Alas not. But I have taken the liberty of employing one of the finest informants money can buy. You shall have the latest intelligence on the Garlean's movements, and more besides.
The informant awaits your pleasure in the backstreets of Sengo Hamachi. From its shining facade to its dark underbelly, you know Kagani as intimately as he. One of the finest informants money can buy. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Permit me to assist you in your quest, my friend. The sooner your business is concluded, the sooner we may speak of mine. Should your search take you away from Kagani, my boat is at your disposal. I shall see you that she is ready to sail. I give you a hand. I give Sylvan a hand. If he's providing us a ship, the least we can do is supply the provisions. We'll be at the pier if you need us. A welcome offer and an excellent plan. Without further ado, then let us speak out the informant in Sengo Hamachi. This should be the place. Now wait until and see who comes. It has been a while, my friends. Yes, a long while indeed. I knew it. Go do any funny business, and you know what will happen to you. What will happen, I trust. No funny business. Only loyal service and finest quality information. Of course. But such quality does not come cheap. No, but then Hancock already paid you. Honestly, you must think we were born yesterday. I have half a mind to call lease. No lease. I beg you, no boots. I will tell you everything I know, free of charge. The Empire searched for Yosetsu, high and low, far and wide. Come to enlist my help, they did, promising riches, rewards for decisive information. You have decisive information, where the two individuals cited here, indeed, Yosetsu and Yosetsu. Alas, see them with my eyes, I did not. But the Imperials are confident, yes, very confident indeed. Look at the size of their contingent. But here is something they do not know. A rumor which you will find most interesting, I think. They say an elder Rogan samurai appeared on Kagane Dori with a boisterous maiden. They sold his katana to a pawnbroker, so it's no common katana either, but one of surprising craftsmanship. Well, that is interesting. Assuming it's true, he did not collaborate the rumor with the pawnbroker in question. No, regrettably, I did not have a working relationship with the master of Shifuki Sachinkin. Now, why would that be? I wonder. If I didn't know better, I'd think he lent you money. He will help you, I am certain. While you speak with him, I will make contact with my Garlean connections and learn what I can of their progress. A glimpse of the blade is all I need, but to be sure. But is it wise to let the Namazu out of our sight? Do not glare at me so. I beg you. To divide our forces is simply more efficient. He's right. Given the urgency, we would do well to split up. And so I will go with our friend here. Nothing improves efficiently like a little supervision. Yes. You will go together, and there will be no booze. Let's be about it. Then good luck with the katana. She will reconvene at their pier later on. Frequent as the Rupert Bazaar offices are, I prefer the fresh air. I believe Alize has her task well in hand. Shall we seek out the pawnbroker? It can only be used 10 times. Everything in order, then let us proceed to Kagane Dori. There find the master of Shifuki Shaitan. Hope I am saying that right. We might have had customers like those you described. So many people come through. It's so good to remember. Perhaps you could jog my memory by making a purchase. No, well, you can't blame a woman for trying. I look at a samurai and a maiden. Never seen them. Now, if you don't have any business with me, make way for someone else who does. Welcome, good madam. Welcome. Will you be buying or? So you heard the tale of Rogan and Samurai Katana. Small wonder, it is a fine example of this kind. One moment. I hope you found our pawnbroker. Excellent work, and that is the katana? It's well used. There can be no doubt this is Gosetsu's blade. The craftsmanship is exquisite, is it not? And you will be pleased to know that the pledge has just expired. I should be glad to sell it to you, assuming you have the quiet. This is no ordinary weapon, you understand. It is priced accordingly. But if you are serious, I suggest you act quickly, as several noted collectors have already expressed an interest. The blade represents conclusive proof of Gursetsu's survival. I suppose this could be considered a necessary cost in securing his safe return, yet it is not a decision I can make alone. Least of all when our nation has begun to rebuild. Hey, my friend, Gursetsu, grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot ask this of you. It is enough to know that Gursetsu is alive and well. Yuri, wait, the Saiyans will buy the katana. Pray consider it a gift. Master Aphino, your kindness is touching, truly, yet it matters of coin. Would Master Tataru not expect to be consulted? Come now, a friend would never have relinquished his blade where the need not great, and you are not bound by honor to help a friend in need. I say we are, and I am sure Tataru will wholeheartedly agree. It is settled then. You have made a wise choice, my friend. Such pieces are few and far between. Now, if you would be so good as to come this way, I shall prepare the necessary papers. If I may ask, sir, after he visited your establishment, do you perchance know where the old samurai went? He is our friend, and we would return his weapon to him. A friend of yours, you say? I see. Well then, I suppose there can be no harm in telling you. No sooner had I provided him with the requested sums than his pretty young companion began clamoring for dango. I duly recommend those served at Moniko Tea House and Teathery did they set off. Clamoring for dango, can they truly be the same people? It makes no sense. Some manner of code, perhaps, but it avails us not to speculate. Let us go into this tea house and see what we can pick up their trail. But of course I remember, how could I forget a pair like that? The most beautiful girl you'll see, scoffing down dango as if her life depended on it, while a old samurai looked on. Not quite what he expected, I'll wager. Far be it from me to gossip about my customer, but he was planning to spirit her away across the Ruby Sea, out of the reach of her family, no doubt. When the girl had finally had her fill, they set off in the direction of the Shokozi hostelry, presumably to find someone in the streets with a boat. So Gursetsu makes for Doma. But this woman who travels with him, the more I hear about her, the more I wonder if she can truly be Yosetsu. Doubts remain over the identity of Gursetsu's traveling companion. For now, we can but follow the trail. Come, let us away to the pier and make ready to sail. With luck, Alice will already have joined Master Soroban and Mr. Shitaru there. Excellent timing, my friends. Mistress Alisaie arrived mere moments ago. All went well at our end. Garadu met with the Imperial officers and wielded his way to some new information. It seems troops have recently arrived in Kugane came directly from Garlemald. The Imperial base here have been kept in the dark. And that's not all. The contingent of the Affirmation troops are preparing for deployment to the Ruby Sea. If I didn't know better, I'd say they picked up Gosesi's tail. Then your information match ours. We are quite certain that Gosesi seeks to cross to the mainland. I'm sorry, did I hear that right? You used Scion's funds to buy Gosesi's katana at the asking price? Aye, well, we were in some haste, and it seemed a worthwhile gesture. We can go for it. Here is the contract of sale. Pray see that man in his face. Gall's beard, you agreed to this? Give me strength. Well, it's not like the search can wait. You better be on your way. Gadafino, we need to talk. I want you to come straight to the office as soon as you get back. Promise me. Oh, very well. I shall call upon you as soon as I return. First, let's just go to the Ruby Prize. If Gosesi has already set sail, the sentries there are sure to have seen it. Oh, this is a fight. I guess this will be the last of one for me, because I had to get prepared. Tataru seemed rather vexed, did she not? Ever the melodramatic? I am sure our finances can stretch to a single sword. Remind me to explain the value of such gestures when we next see her. But I digress. We have work to do.
Right. I suggest we begin by learning what we can from the sentries. What's going on up there?
Travelers, are you? You may wish to postpone your plans. The Garleans have launched an attack on the Confederacy. We have no reason to believe they'll turn their attention here, but for your own safety, I suggest you return to Kugane.
The Garleans bear no love for the Confederacy, but with Doma lost to them, why would they attack? Unless
Yotsuyu is on that island.
Even if she isn't, our allies are under attack and they need our help.
We will help them, while you remain with Soroban. Arguing will only delay us. Is that clear?
Fine, but you haven't heard the last of this.
Soroban, we may need to make a swift exit. See that the boat is ready to sail at a moment's notice.
It shall be done.
What, and you're going to swim there, are you?
'Tis the quickest way, and you may rest assured I've been practicing.
Yeah!
Come.
An opening. Your defense is lacking. Leave this to me.
Lady Yotsuyu, we're here to rescue you. Please, come with us.
Stay back, Tsuyu.
Are you all right?
Is he all right?
Gozetsu!
Damn it, we took too long. Change of plan, eliminate hostiles! All forces, attack!
The art of my forebears.
Focus. Release!
Gosetsu, thank the heavens!
Yugiri, my friends, the Kami were kind to guide your steps this way.
It's over. The Imperials are retreating. I suppose we have you to thank for that. But they would never have come here were it not for her. I had a bad feeling the moment your samurai friend arrived with that woman in tow.
Do not be afraid, Tsuyu. These people are my friends.
Friends.
Forgive me, but at the risk of souring the mood, I believe you owe us an explanation. You may start by telling us what happened at Doma Castle.
Of course. I'll not begrudge you that. As you know, we were trapped inside the keep when it collapsed. But even as the roof crumbled above us, so too did the floor below. We were swept out into the One River, where we would surely have drowned had a stout wooden door not chanced to float by, offering us a raft of sorts. Exhausted, we drifted out to sea, at the mercy of the tides, which saw fit to dispense us on a desert island.
She was with you the entire time?
Aye. 'Twas her kimono which saved her from Hien's blade, believe it or not. Some Garlean witchcraft in the weave. But it offered precious little protection against the fall. Though she survived, she awoke bereft of all her memories, and speaking like a child.
A trick, surely.
That was my first thought, aye. And I contemplated cutting her down and being done with it. Contemplated it long and hard. Yet the Kami saw fit to deliver us from certain death. 'Twas their will that we survive, both of us, together. And together we shall go before our master. He shall be the one to judge.
Judge what?
She's your prisoner, old man. Do with her as you will. Call her Tsuyu, or whatever else tickles your fancy.
'Twas a name given out of necessity whilst on the road. Nothing more.
As you say. But remember this. Our people suffered much at that woman's hands. When the time comes, I trust you won't let emotion blind you to what needs to be done.
You have my word.
Well, I must be going. I have an unholy mess to clean up. You should be on your way too, before the Imperials decide to take another tilt. Oh, and we'll overlook the tithe this once. You're welcome.
As Tensu says, we should move on. It would not be due for Yasu to be seen here. Now, if you know my sister, she will be already be waiting with the boat at the nearby pier. Let's go and see if I'm right. It's kind of weird we having this conversation in front of her, even though she has a childlike mind. Even children can catch wind of what's being taught to them. Yasu thanks the gods you were safe. It was all I could do to watch the battle from afar. And it was all I could do to restrain her. Can you blame me for worrying? Strong as she is, anything could happen in the chaos. But enough about me. We need to talk about her. Greetings. They tell me you lost your memory, and that's fine, but want you to know something. I won't be taking my eyes off of you, not for a moment. These people are strange. Are you sure they are your friends? I am. They may behave strangely, but I trust them with my life. You have not to fear. Alright, if you say so. Right, 'tis past time we set sail. I, for one, would not keep Lord Heaton waiting without due cause. Aye, the longer we tarry, the more we risk inviting trouble. Least you forget, the Red Coats bear no love for Yasu either. I shall deliver you to familiar shores near Isiri, but out of the village's sight. Here's where we part ways, my friend. I pray the remainder of the journey passes uneventfully. When you are not otherwise occupied, I would speak with you about my next business venture. I promise to be extremely lucrative. I do not say so lightly. After the Persian sum spent acquiring a certain sword, it would present a fine opportunity to refill the science coffers and restore the smile of Mr. Taro's face. Oh, come along, Tataru was overreacting. How much could a single katana possibly cost? Far more than you think, plainly. A blade like a Sasu's is worth a fortune, enough to buy a house and furnish it, which you would know had you bothered to check the price. What? I had no idea. This business venture of Sorvin, you will give it fair hearing, I trust. He has been good to us, after all. As for me, I think I shall look into drawing upon my personal funds. He wants me to steal from the Red Kojin. Alright. For me, this will be the end. And decent bow. See ya later. Wrong buttons pressed. Alright, now, bye.